Why am I here on this screen instead of the menu? That's a good question. I don't know. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hopefully this is the right save. 2nd of November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, there you are, Otto. Good to you, my dear fellow. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. Sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. Jeez, cut it out. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in the mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Seif. I know. Anyways. It seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Rickson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My interest were merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Sholmes, you're an idiot. That's the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Sholmes, sweet, I mean... All right, souls! It was me what took him in. Thanks for a tip of my good law-abiding citizen. Indeed. Yours truly. It'll be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. Before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the Inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own newfound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't talk him with the same brush as you, Sholmes! Yes, well, there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. But still, he knew we'd arrive at this point, somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. It's cold in here, by the way. What's it really trying to achieve here today? That's a good question. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The recess will be over very shortly. You're right. Sometimes I won't read the dialogue exactly right. I'm not determined he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? Get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Stroke the chin. Are you ready then, Miss Suzuto? Yes! Because there isn't a jury, I don't need to do jury examinations in this trial. So that's useful at least. 2nd of November, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Right, voice needs to return for other characters. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the closed court hearing of Baroque Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. My lord? Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Sorry. Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom! I don't know if this is really the judge's voice, but it's the judge's voice for today. Oh boy, it's Italian and Frenchman. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. Your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabio Di Rosso. Descendant of the great Rosso family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino Di Rossi. I am the first son of the great family Di Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. Why am I having to deal with a French and a... Well, he's from... He's not really from... It's Italy. He's from... Naples. Oh, well, actually, no, wait. He is from... He's from Naples. He's saying Napoli, which is how an Italian would say Naples. These two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. So to graduate from TGAAC as the future leaders of Europe. But you have no idea how honoring it is to be born with soul and blood. I lost! I make it my mission to get the better world by employing the great sense of my brain. Well, that is all I'm trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oi, you could say that. Not bad, eh? Not bad, eh? Yes, the great ideas, but the pretty plans. This strange combination is of the job at the hilarious matters. See, couple? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Eh, sure? You want to tell me one of your grandy anecdotes? Avia! What are you saying? Actually, I want you to stop calling me this couple. You don't understand that to a Italian, a capo is like a really big deal. That's a mafia term. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is hilarious business. See, Brello, there it is, the couple's triplicon, the furrowed brow. It is deeper, couple, the furrow, and the meaning of your words. Just led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. It is true. Oi, Sissa. What's the nature of this deception by which you planted the fraud? Alos, I will explain it. No, couple! Leave it to me! Oh, great. As I see, we're both at the pivot right here, no? In school, we were teased on this without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Where's the songs? One day someone would respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head and his opinion would be for the injustice. C'est bien, Peppino. Enough, I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. That would be because the plan was put into operation. We listed the insane notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. We still were idiots. It was this one, I believe. Entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oi, Sissa. Oh, it's that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. Now, if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the league, you can receive a weekly income of £4. On date specified, red-headed hopefuls scattered in droves at a box, specified in the advertisement. Cosmo's voice has become very deep. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And we see money to France! Was the plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. To be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrow. On the day on which all these men gathered to apply, the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oi, I've seen more redheaded people in Mondays than I will see in the rest of my life. See! And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. I've been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. Di Rosso and Mr. Di Rossi, will give you a formal testimony to the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we always wanted to help us see law. Alright, prepare to make a mistake. Ooh, lag. Did I do something? I didn't do anything. Hold on. Frame rate dying. The man in the photograph. Okay. We have most of the thousand redheaded people settled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Couple? No, I don't remember him. Honestly, he's dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Aloha! This victim has nothing to do with us. Not a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Press, and press. Sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oi, I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the mic. This I cannot promise. Knowing that you've been arrested for grand deception, however, accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Ooh, fella, this attitude. We get to nowhere, huh? It's really a sulking now. The document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. Records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated before the day before the incident. Reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I had the answer. There was another similar event on the park in the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. No question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. It's quite possible that when he was killed. Alright, well, let's maybe proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Right now, I don't see any exact anything.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads come from all over the capital. See, the couple here. Here's the magnitude of LML, eh? The blitz can attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the couple. These people was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. I suggested that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants. Oi, that we did, because everyone in some paid us 5 shillings. We take out their names and we take out their money, and we take out their addresses as well. And we take us some days to let them know by a post, if you know at all. Maybe 2 minutes a person? Start early in the morning, and we stop late in the night. So, 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. 1,000 gullible redheads in London to start with. One of them was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Hold it!
Look at all familiar? No, I don't think so. This is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. Don't like the people. We're trying to trick the other people. It's a con artist. Between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It'd be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signor. Maybe smaller. My memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo? You didn't see a man like this, sir?
Hold it!
According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Aye, is that true? My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Well, then you can't actually remember every single face. Are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? Not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, and it's just an eyesore. Some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. Be assured of that fact. Huh? Oh. That's a slip of the tongue now, is it? The man with the red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color. Then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and they had been told nothing else at all. Then just one other detail about the victim. For example... Oh, his fish and chips. He literally goes nowhere without his fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing a man had red hair wouldn't help you remember her in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. Wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti! Really? No idea. What you said before, Peppino. See, Capo, see! I say it again and again! I think I can push again on that.
Hold it!
Push that statement more times. Trying again and again. Well, you have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? That was a good idea. I feel like you would notice his fish and chips because he's eating. True. Oofa! We are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. Which in every single thing we say, we are the victims here. Hey, couple? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. I had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Hey, couple?
Hold it!
Let's go name. They wrote down the name of every person who'd come here. What if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? That is the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. You wrote all of them down. Oh. The interview, it's just a far show. Why would I remember the names? You wrote them down. You told me this. Changes nothing, okay? Not that. As we've already said. Let's see. Peanut. Okay, try that one last time with the right topic apparently. I'm bad. Video games. Alright, let's go with profession. You told you that the man in the red-haired face was actually a detective. There's the photograph. The detective. Yes. He found a notice in the paper suspicion decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Oh, it changes something, alright. Something to add, Mr. D. Rossi? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper? You're an idiot. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did he just say about the detective? Slip of the tongue. Yes, now, keep your mouth shut, Pepito. You have said enough already. To my couple, what is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm a detective from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord! Order! Find this vault's face in your testimony, witness! The simple man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Mada! What are you saying, couple? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the Z Park. Basta, couple, basta! You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. I said, when it's some time to eat the pasta, nobody has a pasta. When it's a time to eat the pasta, nobody is a pasta. Is that a... Did you just rhyme? This man just fucking rhymed on me. I just got rhymed by an Italian man. You are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
Objection.
Kazuma and Roanosuke both objecting to this. Top done! See damage is done! Indeed it is, sir. Alright, so there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can he be so sure? Of course, to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true. The man who came with us was younger. His face is clean shaven. His eyes were shorter. His chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Oh, so it's not going to be fooled. Took the obvious precaution and said to him, Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Wait, no. That wouldn't be Sholmes. They recognized Sholmes directly. Really, a detective. Show us the proof. See, the couple here. Doesn't take a nonsense, eh? He was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector identification? Most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? No incognito inspector would offer us identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he express his true identity? Really easy papers were fake. Santo Capo, you are a genius! As they say in Italia, it takes a feat to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? Very annoying. He said, you aren't under investigation. His papers from it and chased him out of the park. This is fantastical! Look, here's the identification. So he stole it from the man. Get into the coming! He made us very scared. It was not who said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have appeared as a true inspector would. I believe it would be prudent for these identifications to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Yoink. Now. That's mine now. Give me that. Open. I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Your art insignia looks genuine to me. How? The identification number details are all correct as well. It's one of you known those. Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. It's a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. That doesn't add up. So, who was that man then?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Kavlo! Both not to say, hey couple? Take it out the money that we should have left the country. That was my plan. The purchasing of the tickets to the fair to Dunkirk to my companion here. So let's see the wrong day. Oops. See, but an easy mistake to make, ah? The worst, the 31st. Wolf, I have no sympathy for you. Oh, they late for the boat because of your stupidity. It's only because of this. That was the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Couple, you know what I think? Oh, good God, it's a holy punishment, eh? You two are idiots. Peppino, for the last time. This is not a holy punishment. This is only your fault. Ah! Thank God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a sicker, but no one decided to eat the pasta. No one is a pasta. I'm not seeing the evidence. I haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. Yet these two both claimed they didn't see him. Say, appear to be telling lies. Well, they're experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. Simply avoid being implicated in this case as well. Sure that they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. More information. Definitely. Well, now that I have the evidence, I get to hold this you get to hold this objection.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely, Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What's your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's a question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's! No question about it! It can't be! As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Redhead League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. So what laws? Order! Order! If the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be that? The inspector was physically unable to report it. Physically? Hey, what you are saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting Kazuma sees where this is going. Yes, it's quite possible. He was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Is it time for the pursuit? Order! 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 This posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Way! I know nothing! Way! I done nothing! Way! You said together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal, son, not. None? Way! I wish I had never turned to Italia. Way! That's really hard to hear. To read. Stop occurring, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Lube, stop your whining and start talking! Political will now need to hear his story in considerable gravity. No, nothing! Way! I done nothing! Way! You will tell everything. We'll face the worst possible outcome. Dry your eyes and testify again about these identification names and precise circumstances on which you came by them. Way. I'm crying out loud. These two are idiots. See, the truth is, they took him prisoner and kept him for the night to our secret hideout. Though I didn't think he was re-ejected, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. To put identification from him, it's got to be in the room next to ours. Still, now it's been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And according to let him go. Spent the night in the nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. Way. Reading is hard. This is outrageous. You imprison the man? No, see, it's like, no. It was like a prison. It was very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, couple? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Over. So, you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date at the ferry wrong. Fine, what a little day. It's your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Fair favor, couple. That's not fair. Plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I don't believe this. What could have been a real detective? Let's proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Dixon spent the night in his pair's hideout. I think I know where this hideout is.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. Never intended for that to happen. Just did not intend it either. I think. But there was nothing else I could do. Nothing else. His sister was sucking for the couple. He was at the end of his wits. I told you before, Peppino. This is not the way to discover a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? You wrote anything else behind the park on Lime Street? The place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the couple there. What's the idea, I would say? No, not impulsive. Inspired! Hey, couple? What am I supposed to say to that? Oh, Peppino. A house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it? Oh, wait. I was under the impression that it was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. I mean, if the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right. We couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
She's scared. Why? Because! Why did he have to come to CC Park? He didn't know. Chance that he had seen through my plan. And that was the case. He went go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just a feigning to be inspector, he was up to no good, for the Delta. I think most people would agree. But it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Hey, couple? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. Well, we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is, why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question. Injustice of all the people who took 5 shillings sometimes, forgotten what name he said. It's the address. It started with me. CC, Jess, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? Probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Not rude, I just politely asked him why he said it. Said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. Well, it's Inspector Gregson playing her. That's how the quote what happened next. Back to your hideout, you say. Milk drink. See, we did. We did. The Italians say, see. We took the man's identification from it. Should have been the room next to ours. Sorry, I read that. That being is this identification book here, correct? See, that's the one. Made you believe that it was a forgery. Never seen the real one, of course. See, it's so suspicious, this man. Oh, Laura, I was thinking, it must be falso. A couple? Oi, it's just as Peppino said. Because it was not genuine. Together, the Harriers brothers, we took our man captive. Oh, we did. We shoved him inside a locked room. We made preparations for hospital. He met me. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly? Wolf, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The false inspector is a real piece of the work, eh, couple? What happened? Oofa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice one. What does he do, in the middle of the night? He tries to escape out through the ventilator. Can you blame him? To be and so, we caught him again. Do you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. Hold of him again and took him back to the room. Thank you. Mr. D. Rossi, something wrong? Eh? Me? Mr. D. Rossi said just seemed to make you, well, seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? No, times like that, you don't want to have the couple after you, believe me. Doing from my personal experience, Personal experience. That is enough, Peppino, so there's no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the rated decline into action, I was scared. Not fair to the couple, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. The couple here. You came after me like a turbine, huh? And you dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. Still the bruises to prove it. Hey, couple? Bruises, you say? Ah, you wanna see? Wanna see my fantastical bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, I assure you or I don't. I assure you or I don't. You do, now. Laura, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see? So very invisible, eh? That red ring around your neck. Oh. 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 I remember. That red ring around your neck, you got that when you were dragged back to the house. See, the couple, sometimes he's very off. So that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about, yeah. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring around Mr. D. Rossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? Oh, it matters quite a bit. Mr. D. Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Hey, couple, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? A new testimony is requested, Mr. D. Rossi. See, really want to know? See, because if we look at Gregson's photo again, look at this. No mark. I do know a person. We're gonna press first. Are you saying that red mark was caused by... Si, a big color made from the letter. A letter color. I do know somebody who does have something like that. Gossip. It's true, Mr. DiRasso. What? We had seen Bernardo when I was younger. Soon infants of time, we see very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck. But he was leaving me alone. Tie the chain to the leg of a bed, daughter. Would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? You two people equal, It's a copy of his motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison of all of a sudden. He was a tough. The cop was a rough. Stop rhyming. Ooh, I should have done it. So, the following morning, when you realized the inspector, he had a red ring around his neck, just like me. But no, cielo so plat. Leave it now. You know, a couple here, you don't want to think of him, But the inspector is not so bad. Since he got murdered later. Man's freedom! However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There's something that takes away our freedom too. The lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, All of us. No money, no freedom. That is the truth. It makes me mad, and it makes me sad. What can we do? Well... If you're so disenfranchised, take money to the court. It will cost you, of course. Oofa, there you have it. You see, that is why we need the Red-Head League. To fight for justice. Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruto. Oh, what we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. All you need to say was a prison, Perhaps he has a point. Again. No, again, Mr. Naruto. Rhythm is snoring. Meow, the only one deserved was us. Alright. How much to go on, really? I have an idea. Does make me wonder, you know. But this pocket watch belonged to the inspector. I mean, yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. Not restrained, as witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. True, yes. Actually die while he's being held captive by these redheads. In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. Yes. Okay. So I have an objection. Because Gregson's photograph doesn't have the red ring. And this is my objection. So hold my objection.
Objection.
Hold this objection. So the day before this oddity was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? But ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Ooh, I am smart. We'll see that there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. So the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is so clearly visible on this witness's neck, we expect to see bruising on the victim, who's put in the collar more recently than Mr. DiRasso. Indeed, most peculiar. I tell you, we say this from the beginning. Many times away! Oh, Peppino's right. The man in the photograph is someone different from the man we had captured that night! Order, order, order! Appeared then, on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on 9th Street posing as an incognito inspector. No Inspector Gregson at all! If that's true, however, I'd explain the inspector's identification. A genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's conceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. Made that assertion itself! So know that the inspector had made a note about the red-head leak in his tire for that day. It means we can't divorce the two events completely. Most troubling. The inspector who's some red-head young encounter. The fact that no prison could be seen around his neck defies explanation. If they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Let's have some plausible explanation, Counsel. Being defies explanation. It is for precisely those occasions that will keep my meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto. The facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. And when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for Redhead League's enrollment. You'll find information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious! Tantalizing, Mr. Naruto. Why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. D. Rousseau and Mr. D. Rossi? An imposter. It seems incredible, I admit. The undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two redheaded men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? On the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on 9th Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right! You tell the same story every time. Whether this man was the cop, the drug who dragged him from the pillar to the post of the town collar. Well, yeah, Peppino, it was harsh to say, huh? Also, Inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. True identity of the man they threw in prison that night. Also, for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? For the court's consideration. Gossip! Goodness me! Isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the Sandus very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
The streets are like me doing with a police inspector's identifications paper. Witnesses, is this the man or not? What's happened to his lip? See, this is man not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no? Outside, I'm making such a rash claim next time. Bite your lip instead. It's improbable, yes. But one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? It's the man's that Mr. Gossipy brought back to the stand. Order, order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately! Well, I never. A knife of ring of bruising indeed. Identical to the other witness beside him. So what's going on here, eh? It's not this meat. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? The reason you've been recalled to the stand is explained to you. I Someone about that inspector again. Damn you! Something was wrong, as usual. Denying no knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to get me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do you have any choice? We gotta be in good trouble, eh, couple? Enough dilatory chatter. See with the testimony. And the identification revisited. The man who not claimed to be inspectors that day was definitely not the system man. He's right, see? You think we would forget those kind of leaps, huh? Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any redhead league. No, does he want me? I'm no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Could be, eh? Does it look like I'll carry off in the skies with a fake like this? Alright, press and press. It appears that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, ah? There's no need for this witness testimony. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Business Street's all I know. How would I come by? This is his identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain. Nationwide Council? Very brief. Anyone in this courtroom thinks I might be onto something? Well, you're senseless, Mr. Naruto. Alright, let's keep going.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? No need to put your hands on the desk, Monsieur. Surely not so great and not obvious, none. Because I have never before seen lips like this. Plus, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossel's neck. Like the left behind on the neck of your colleague by your pressed collar. Mon Dieu! With your words, it's like you tried to wring my neck. You look very much like a my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. And the neck to die for. Hey, they bet them more when they make me. Don't see first time in my life. Feel lucky to have been born with silver hair. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. I've seen this man before. Oi, sister, sweat it by the flames of my hair. My fierce pride has outgrown the frustration of your affair now, has it? Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those looks in a hurry either. I'm saying, for some reason it makes me want to eat. I'll do Fabian call it in a clear. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have up grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here in Fresno Street. Left. Oofa, that is the problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Line Street that day, Mr. Gossip. How many times do you want me to say, eh?
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Redhead League, had you? Don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. It takes a little exhibit to a few redheads that came past me. Between us, even got Sarah to cough up for. Well, just have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. Okay, so the street's my patch. Don't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. Yes, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. Ron, Mr. DeRosso. Wait, could I help you? Mr. Goss's word just now leads you to remember something relevant, perhaps. See, the other day, when I was looking for a place near the park, smells of something. headquarters of your Redheaded League, yes. Announcing agent on Lime Street, and I saw him. This man was paying money to see agent. What? Mr. Gossip? Well, a housing agent? Wait. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, chum. The Fraser Street me, like I said before, mistaken me for somebody else. Someone with the same face. No, the couple's right. I've never heard to do. Explain the man with up the banknotes. Notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. Curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. Looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact his name is Hugh Bone, huh? Hugh Bone! No! I'm gonna put that tidbits of information, like I said, on Fraser Street, and that's that. Like, what's that?
You want half a bowl?
What?
I made some macaroni and cheese. You want the rest of it?
Nah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I don't much like folks talk about my personal life. Indeed. Big deposit of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. Mention name shall be reacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections?
Objection!
No, I object. I'm sorry, my lord. The defense does object. As the name just mentioned, there's a very deep significance with this case. Gracious. Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi? Happens, my lord. That particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Will I never? What capacity? Hugh Bone. The name of the laser holder in the room. Let me put this very simply. The body was discovered in your rented room. Just, sir. You start talking! Alright. I suppose that might be the case, aye. Sorry, I had to answer, like, immediate question. So your real name is Hugh Boone. Just between us. I don't like to blow me on trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tippets in this town. So I happen to be full of the grubby little room in a fallen down backward townhouse. Do once every 6 months, go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Aye, fine if it's his mother, it's not to me. Think again, Peppino. Didn't you bring this up before? Just like I told you already. Don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler, as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. I'm testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. God has been looking for since the body was discovered. It's been here under our noses all along.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you do? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. How about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. Ah, no. It's not mine. I was brought it along. Some of the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the channel. And that. Don't generally carry notice boards around with them. Why is Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. It's caused me no end of bother, to be honest. It seemed to me that Mr. Boone, the various little note in his room is possible for some reason this come across that way. More importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his system that's really bothering me now. So I'm finally going to undo this man. All alone in the world, Mr. Boone. Is that so? 'Cause if that's the case, hold this objection. Why on earth, then, do you have this framed photograph? If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well... Mr. Boo, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are. No, what you mean? I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. Don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. This man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Oh, I've seen the line through. Puzzled any person Inspector Gregson. You'd be so sure. Look at the map. These guys can never hide those unmissable features. We have to look at this the other way around. What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Beard's lip is very prominent indeed. Consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. That prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? The pursuit is on! Good goodness! Still hiding the truth from this cold? If that's a disguise, then beneath it, true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well done, counsel. What is the true identity? This peddler simply goes by the name of Gossip on the street. I've seen the line through. For presenting for the court's consideration. Daily Vigil! Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yark! Don't recall that name, counsel. Who's this Mr. Vigil? Name I encountered yesterday, my lord. Due to a certain client, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentleman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. It's in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, he returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Redhead League men. Last night, the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in his trial. But to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Well, what is this in this case? We need to know where we can find you, of course. Since why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to protect your wife. It's been beside yourself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just please hold on a minute. Don't get the first idea. What I'm talking about? Really? Simple enough managed to confirm my suspicions. All I have to do is pull out that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, big soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. So, Mr. Devossi, you will restrain the witness. Oi, my lord! See, my lord! No, stop! Get off, please! Don't! Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It appears that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. Well, been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it! See, there's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the book. Extraordinary. On the day of the Redhead League enrollment, the man claimed to be Inspector Gregson appeared before Mr. DeRasso and Mr. DeRassi in the park. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was he posing as the inspector? No disguise at all. Vigil was formally employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Chief warder? Grant a promise. Why would you quite the future governor of the prison? What would you have been doing peddling tittle-tattle from Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil. You were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Bone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. I ran out the prison service. I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. Times are hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. Wife appears to know nothing of this. It maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. That's actually determined that my wife should not know of my feelings. Why I've never told her. Found the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. Rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Seeing the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. From which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. Transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. Became my daily routine. Puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, with some pride, I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. Instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. One thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 cents apiece. Couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief ward of the prison. Very true. I'm in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? Some years after that had boom began my ad life as a street seller. He, the inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Did you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? Knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I had become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Pleasant Street with increasing regularity. And one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to... Why are you posing? Oh god, the lag. Oh, be right back. I need to pee. I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. So Ma, take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions. Let me use identification so people would believe who I was. It was what to make an impression. To let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. Services. He contacted me financially. But Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offence. Why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully don't know. What I can say. Inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. Don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring the papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I went in my boon disguise. Then when he was instructed to park, armed with the inspector's identification book, it never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. I feel bad for you, dude. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Oh, great. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi. Defense institution was as follows. Another location on the day before his clothes was discovered. These two red-headed men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness. We have clarity. Nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Feds, for proving it. Ah! Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. Had no involvement in the murder of the victim. It's proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Who just called hold at? Asogi? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I'd like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? In the events of 10 years ago, I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor? Genshin Asogi! I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm as collected as usual. Or Kazuma-sama, I'm always acting this way. Visual memories of what happened 10 years ago. Will tell the tale of Genshin Isugi's last moments. His own father. No. You understand that. But even so. No, pause Sekiro Isugi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. The defense has no objection. I see. We'll answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little at that time. Forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. I signed for my role to prison 10 years ago. So for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Well, 10 years is a long time. I've forgotten the reason why you left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. It's a fragile effect. It's broken all too easily. Why? We have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. It's this pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear. We block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. Never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories will surface. When they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. If it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth. At any cost. That's if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier. It might cause some crucial memories to return to him. Should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it! I have no idea how this is gonna go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Here you go, your dismissal notice. A few months ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role to prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own violation. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. The dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign for the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Parkley. No, it's a mistake. I'm sure. Done in my resignation. This notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, it must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was the 17th of June, 10 years ago. On that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. So you were the Chief Warder at the time. It stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, the execution never took place. Convict was sensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. This may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. You were in charge of overseeing executions at the time. You must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down! Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil? You know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. That's time for you to drag them up! Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, the maids at the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Dreamer. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? The Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. It's when the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. This record's from that time extensively. It was conducted by Scotland Yard. The convict managed to escape in the first place. The conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. It's suggesting The prison warden abetted the man's bid for freedom. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderous execution as a way to help him escape. Did what? I remember now. Whole of it all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some sects came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Danny. Serious business. But I cannot help you, though. Warder, you were responsible for seeing the executioner for, eh? Well, it seems the affairs at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. So you told me that. My mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. Let him escape. I'm finished. Oh, lag. My life is over! Order! Pay the future doctor at once! For today with immediate effect! We've bought another day for investigation.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued. This case is getting complicated. For this is the Twisted Karma and his last bow. 2nd of November, 3:38 p.m. Shums Suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. Seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. And years ago now, Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. He knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Is it wrong of me to do that? Did I ever set the mark? I wonder. Bruno! Oh, Iris. We're miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, more girl. An exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh! Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. I don't know where Mr. Sholmes is. Another courtroom back into the defense chamber. He disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. And he sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Sorry, voices are hard. Well, you know what hurt his eyes saying? Don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? Well, that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. Just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Language is too important to him. That's so true. Look about Harley after all. It's a lot of a great detective in some ways. Sit down. Let's have tea. And then I'll give you a hand. Oh, the timers. Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. Ready to swear before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. Started to read an adventurous Sherlock Holmes. You know, I signed Harley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. Nope. Mr. Holmes. Very wise, Iris. Sensible of you. My dear Phillips, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. How did you go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened. But one thing's increasingly clear. She definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We should uncover some new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development, too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now. Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. Again, the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Oh, Norman was so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. He was really murdered the day before. Well, Skull Team, that is in fact a statement Baron von Zeeks would just say. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice while I stand accused of murder, but I grow increasingly bored. Boring sounds. And pray forgive the discourtesy of yeeting my hallowed chalice into the flames of hate, because I'm really hating where this court case is going. Why is it every time that this stupid Nipponese man is here, things go completely off the rails? I mean, seriously. Can I get anything even vaguely resembling normalcy around here? Von Zeeks has to be innocent, you see. Well, his name is Barock, not Baron. He's a lord. Well, that should be easy enough. Enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. You expect so, but curiously, the time of death is included in the autopsy report. Curious. This game has been really fun. There's still answer questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? I mean, his testimony said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? I suspect he was investigating the double Gregson situation. The little room was actually the Inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it. It's all making of a wonderfully devilish plot. And why was that notice board in there, covered in all those particular papers? Link to the Reaper. Trying to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Imagine, I might have to be investigating cryptic movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an immediate investigation to the Redhead League the day before his death. You mean he's doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Jones was trying to reply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. The other way around. Anyway, it turns out the inspector who went to the Redhead League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. Why's the game so laggy today? You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. My, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. Why did Gregson need an alibi? The inspector had something to do that they wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Okay, quick question. Who the hell seasons their fish and chips with salt and then vinegar? What kind of seasoning is vinegar on fries? That totally ruins your frickin' fries. Like brother. Perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies? I'm just questioning it because it's just like, that makes no sense to me. I'm American. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. Just asked Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Holmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Which one? St. Sinners, I'm gonna guess. Ah, St. Sinners. I was completely correct. I wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. It's amazing, Bruno. Been the lady's husband already. Well, accident. 10 years ago, when Mr. Vigil was chief warder of the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. More, 10 years after that, since working as a peddler, also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. Impersonate Gregson? But why? Absolutely no idea. Jenny was right. I think all adults are up to no good now. You, Bruno. I haven't brought anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. Do you think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? St. Sinner's, son. A lot of places to go to. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. Is there anything to hide? My special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. Stop. This 10-year-old is extremely threatening. That fire pistol. Piping got extra blind in mine. You're gonna shoot tea? Iris Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, this character is a weirdo. Quite sure it would be very effective. You better be careful not to hide anything. It's a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen. So, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Also, I love Iris' theme. Hey man, Zeeks, what you reading? It's the 2nd of November. Zeeks is reading, look. Why did you put on the outfit you were wearing for the Great Fair exhibit? Iris. 2nd November, local prison cell 1. Doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? He must have noticed that we're here, surely. Van Zieks doesn't want to notice us. What do you nippies want? Alright, the good lawyer's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, that's all. Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Vinzeek, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London the first time in months tomorrow. We'll go feel very, very strange. Also, we get Van Zeek's theme, which is one of the best prosecutor themes in the franchise. This theme is just baller. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so living in the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Alright. That was weird. Oh, it's just lag. Once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Just keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committing to pursuing. Then why would I choose to say anything? The benefit, the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. Just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Well, clearly profiting from your signs about all of this. Someone is using you! Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Ah! It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case. Only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! No! Gregson, the Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper at the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. There's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization. I don't believe it. They saying that Gregson was behind all those awful criminals, meaning they're... Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh? He was a tactician. He used troubles to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. When we went on Fester Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Met the assassin there for briefings. We don't actually know who carried out the killings, then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? If you can name the man, you have to trade any of the Reaper already, then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin. The name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that the diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Is it Naruto? This perhaps isn't the place to discuss... No, of course not. Mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Arasa doesn't know it. No, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Shin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. So he's a friend of yours. My best friend. It's the whole reason I got to come to Rin. Flaw in his merits. But respect for him. Yes, I understand that. Only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. Demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He was nothing. In fact, his last performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, professor. It's true that they see at the time his root of numerous grave social problems. Abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Climpenzix is a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why that damn Lebanese had to go and take my brother's life? Having once saved mine. He saved your life? That happened. It's 10 years ago, on a foggy night, to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. Climpenzix had already been killed at this point, then Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. Vanzix, I'm gonna pose a question to you. Now, I'm probably not supposed to know this at this point, but I've had my suspicions ever since Genshin Asogi was revealed to be the professor. Because I'm starting to suspect that Genshin Asogi was never the professor in the first place. And that somebody set him up to take the fall for being the professor. The who and the why are a little lost on me. But everything comes back to the Hound of the Baskervilles. And Genshin Asogi just doesn't have anything to do with the Baskervilles. So why would he have a dog with the Baskerville collar, right? All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! We are surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. None of them hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. Tried him several times before already. Yeah, Sunseek's alright, we got him! Heard them murmuring amongst themselves. You do after me, just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. Sogi's voice is a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobble street, blood seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. Powerful for you. All at once, lost a brother I revered and a forlorn friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Vanzix. Yeah, see, that story just doesn't add up with anything. That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. Wonder just how intimately related they all are. Can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Jezere Brett. Naruto, let's go inform my father. I want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Alright, so back to Great Waterloo and tell them. Bye! Also, we'll get to talk to Judge Jikaku. That name is definitely being butchered. Don't even get at me about it. We're back in the Great Waterloo. But yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. Well, I guess. But I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. And whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look who we have here. It's a good pleasure. Ah, Father! Ooh, is this your day, Susie? How lovely! A chubby girl lady. You are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? That's me! Iris Wilson, at your service, sir! Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know? Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. It's actually... this is Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father? Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. I wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruto, it's a pleasure seeing you in action today. See the synopsis I was allowed to observe from the gallery. I twisted some arms. Must say, it's truly exemplary performance. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Though I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It's you who impressed me. Really? It's up against Asogi. We all know how capable he is. Richard has such a fine defense lawyer, and less than he is. Quite extraordinary. Very kind of you to say so. Well, nice to hear. I saw him quote today, confirmed what I'd been hoping for. Mentioned yesterday, Naruto. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, you get something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? Where Judge Jikaku has got to. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper de Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, it didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Van Zieks was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. The truth is, it wasn't him behind all those serious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer that works here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Jezere Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours is killed? Professor Mikitoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. The friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want ours to find out about. Not like this, anyway. I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel! It has the most delicious looking biscuits. Susan, what do you do? The blue. She's doing this deliberately. I'll go and see if I can purchase some. Wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes! You just tried to leave me behind. So that young girl. It's called Iris Wilson. Is she? Yes, that's right. She's the author of all this Village stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. Named accredited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. Remember her father, you see. Well, father? Dr. John H. Wilson. Deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. The King invited him to the Imperial University 4 years ago. He was murdered last year by Jessary Brett. Why? Why would they handle the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Nothing about that case. It seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family. Don't know if he had a daughter or not. I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought. Yes. We're back! Cinnamon biscuits! Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris. Cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes. I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judge Shikoku for a while, have you? Guilty! Guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it. I haven't seen him since this morning either. Synopsim's opening was postponed to have gone to explore the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shikoku having once been in the dock himself? Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. Closed trial of Kazuma's father. Trying to mitigate Gin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted, and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Oh yes, looking serious, Shiro. Copy the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, what a lovely picture. It seems to shop right in Britain. Yoink. Why would I need that? I had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? What is in this photograph that I don't see? No, that's so true. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fearful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Want me to do... What? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Suzuto, you should understand. Seeing how our courts work firsthand. Judicial sympathy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judiciary is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. Possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But not even been in London a year yet. But also just reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. Seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today. There's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? Then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial system. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. Well, it's chosen your own path, Suzuto. And I trust your judgment in this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to the decision by the time the straw concludes. It's alright. You won't leave, will you, Reno? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Cosmo's will. Turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? That is the prelude to Case 5. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police this information about Asa Shin. Of course, Father. Thank you. So what's your next month's installment, Miss Wilson? Oh good, and please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? To entertain you. Delighted. Let's look for tomorrow. I'll head out. And my suggestion, your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. And back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure I'd love the chance to meet with him and talk with him about all this. Yes, no doubt. Yes, that Shin. Of course, so obvious. Never considered the possibility before now. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes, when did you show up? Really? Where have you been? Well, I joined you all for tea, of course. Extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Much to Japan, you mean? Okay, to whom can I trust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, you look reliable enough for a merited fellow. I don't think my father's sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. What to lose? Old-shaven father to see this his son. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Suzuto. What we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Chalmers? Which isn't exactly... Now done! Suffice to learn that I am a very busy man. And I have no time to hide behind seats and eavesdrop on people's conversations. Running is routine yet. The sending of this in your hands, then. My dear fellows! Well, wait a minute, Mr. Holmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. Left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Should be fire at the telegraph office. Once! Run off and call us a cab. Straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Looking to November, Saint Sinners. This vigil sprat, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, Delora. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. So sorry to cause you to. I mean, well, it's because of me. If your secret forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. I was here until a few months ago, too. Just missed him. Oh, Cosmo beat us to it. He said much the same as you. Apologetic. The truth is, I bought all this by myself. Please don't think like that. keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years. God, such a sense of guilt, but that's not the worst of it. Over time, I also came to deceive myself as well. You mean your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Inspector Gregson knew exactly what he had become Mr. Riddle all along then. This just deserves for 10 years of lies and deception. That helped Professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil. Sure, you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... Possible. Could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this out of my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Excuse me. There appears to be something behind you. Oh. There, aren't there? We have to keep them there. Hee, if you're a patient here, take some medicine by seeing when you were half asleep. It's only a flimsy looking one. No doubt you may have done like that somehow while you were half asleep as well. It's even what I can do when I'm half asleep now, Mrs. Adele. So was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. This seems something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. It's the Reaper's marks, yes. Now to carry out those investigations. I'll take its identification impersonating him. Spectre and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! Cotton Street Pedlock couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. I'll do is go to a specified location and make a little hoo-ha. To leave an impression. So everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? It's asked me to make an appearance at the park on the landscape for the Redhead League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. You're taken prisoner, but as Redhead fraudsters. Yes. I'll always make a point of showing Gregson's identification, generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. This one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. No, I suffered this bruising on my neck at their hands. The following day, they kept their word and released me. Showing the inspector's identification to you, however. We in the first street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to Inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That's the time scheduled for the execution. Professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect a plan of escape. Hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country, being that one in or other place to search multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. The coroner confirmed the deaths of the condemned convict. The body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. First had to sign the necessary papers. With that, the member staff was permitted to judge the coffin containing the body again. Execution took place. Only the executioner and the coroner was permitted inside the chamber, waiting in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. So I signed the paperwork having checked the coffin, and nailed it shut. But the for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't get anything of it at the time. So my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken through the main gates, deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there would have been enough air inside to breathe for long. Following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. In the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. That's certainty of two things. Got help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Honestly, you need a man then. The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. That trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary. They called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? Time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were embarrassed to sign an important treaty. It meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. In a week in total, as I was a short stint of sentences for an hour, being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. Gentleman, and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Despite notes of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. One day, the first trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. When he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. He said it was on the night following his trial that he'd been found guilty. The rounds of the cells, and when I took into Sogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, it's the last will and testament then, presumably. So he noticed me and hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why do you find that so unusual? Is it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. There were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. Certain conditions. Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was all allowed to keep his personal effects of him. With one exception. Really, just allowed his things. That's unusual, certainly. He'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, as a guest in our country from an empire of Japan, clause that be would have determined his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, specifically no pens or paper. So, from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. We were obtained that paper. Writing materials should have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. He had the paper behind his back and pleaded with me. Would you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. What's on that paper? A last will and testament. This is the only weapon I have left now. How could a will be a weapon? Well, if I say nothing, let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It seemed that isn't the end of the story, this mysterious will. I'll go on. Soon saw Soki's will, but somehow it disappeared. It's after Soki's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. It was guarded up with Soki's possessions up in his cell, all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. For Kazuma-sama. You're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search the fruit out myself. Governor Kaden was livid, screaming. It cannot disappear completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, the owner said that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prisoner governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. Really don't know how he knew. It seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. He referred to it as will. What he said was the Asogi papers. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, oh, what happened? Dismissal. Why you blocked it all from your memory? Well, just until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. Very grateful. I suspect we're gonna have to talk to Mr. Kaden again. I'm afraid there's a little more I can tell you. My Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a crime, no offense. Of course, wishing that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. Those are my own doing. Knew that this day would come. Well, wish you were well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? Suki papers. Be very grateful if you make no mention of those things I told you about them. And for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. It became known that if I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some will that Genshin Isekai penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. Anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Bam. Hold on. Even pinging me in the middle of stream is crazy. Ouch, back again, are ya? Yes. Hello. Ooh, the indicate. The pot just now. Found him, eh? Vigil. Luckily. Well, anywho. Addy doesn't work yet. No new Barclay. Like you. To get the wrong idea moved out. Of course, yes. I worked here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? In the shop. Aye, give up. Very well. So how about we make handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And hard as iron, too. So, what are you doing here today? But there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. That's so. Might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asugi's cell. It's been called the Asugi Papers or something. Didn't know say, Gibson's stuff has nothing to do with the things that happened at Barclay. Laddie. Not footer with irrelevant details. It's changed completely. Being here. Ahmed is botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. Barclay's darkest hour, aye. Shocking embarrassment. Conflict at the collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. Death of the man after his execution, Courtney Safe. My chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. Says he didn't know anything about it. Rascal wouldn't say I don't, is there? Handcuffs? Oh, how can I say no? Too much iron in your diet. This case, listen, as a result of what happened. He was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. He wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his cars being exposed, eh? Well, I do. You wouldn't they say otherwise, though, would you? I kinda shouldn't have responsibility myself. Shouldn't they let him deceive me? There's barely anybody that kens what on the time now. Nothing about it. Dr. Saif forbidden from having any visitors. Visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want. No one obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, you're not gonna go home empty-handed. You're upsetting you packing move. No, come on. Yeah, take a handcuff or two. Oh, would be ready to say no. Will it become anemic? Suppose there's anybody who might still keen about what happened back then. It'd be that last in the forensic division. Maria Gori. Maria Gori? Aye, Saif's daughter. She didn't have no more. Just the one. Hold the phone. Of course. Go figure. Baron's following in her mom's footsteps. Didn't even see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? The precise daughter, Maria Gori. We could do talking to her. So if she's Dr. Sai's daughter, but her surname is Gori? I got some family history, I'm sure. That didn't get in the ins and outs of it. Watching her mom working with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances. She was ashamed of her own life. And I understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she's in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. It's that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about good enough bodies. You know that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. She is Very creepy. Well then, perhaps I might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. That was a life-changing case for all of us. We need to speak with Miss Gore herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy with any part of this. Useful honest, finally forget the whole professor business. I need no girl up on this laddie. Stop asking pointless questions. Sorry. I'm only dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Stay away, Lou. Leave me alone. Then I can back ya, okay? Come to know about that, laddie. There's not many folks who have forwarded those papers. Well, so Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. I'm led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? Professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's last will. Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Is that the end of the silent treatment? He mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Obvious, no, off the whole cop there. Put your facts straight. It was down in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, well, we've heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hook around in here. Sure, I can find it. You're just gonna give me it? Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. When I read a word of those Japanese squiggles, it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son. Homeland. Yes, that's correct. It's the gifts of it. So these were the Asogi papers. Why, of course they are. It's written by Asogi. No doubt of mutant. Laddie, that's your lot. Well, it's damaged with that since it's later of an execution. It's from back to his time in Japan. That's the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruto. Just in case. Thank you. Think before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. I'll get back to you about that. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request upon my death any non-material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London are delivered to my son, Cosmo Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. The deep sadness that I set my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. Regret nothing about my chosen path. Oh, yes? Papers are not to do with Gregson's death. Prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Rather, they just prefer. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. Understand? We need to ask Strongheart where that is. Oh, hi, Asogi. There's Strongheart being creepy. 2nd of November, Barry Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. No arguments, Mr. Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. Kazuma-sama. Hurt by the sound of it. Never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Kazuma? Without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing now? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Van Zeek's trial to conclude today. Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Welcome inquiries. Losing even more precious time. 2 hours, 55 minutes, 41 seconds, 42, 43. Stuff everything for free as a pass, Mr. Naruto. It's not even 5 minutes. Or I can't let the men's office bad mood put me off. Information. Does Seeker believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. 10 years ago, from that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. Next trial he fought, he lost. But the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. It's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. It lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide in his place of work, I believe. Correct. That's the inauguration of the Reaper debate. People believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? But to trial himself, this shown to have been an accident. She must have had a solid alibi then. Thus, the mysterious deaths continued. Until the 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, but sensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long round of coincidences. Well, Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. The impact that that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. By the way, did she get at it? She did not. Why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. The last one, Mr. Professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Stormheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him and avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the song and a man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. But what goes around comes around. It seemed that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Cosmo is? Run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. It's a giant clock in here. I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. That's what all these gears are about in here. Man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. Be forced to take steps. What do you mean? That's something with which you need to concern yourself. Okay, you're being very ominous. Thanks. Case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As at this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. Well, you're entirely responsible. I actually managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Bye. Let's go see him at once. Mr. Naruto? Best friend in the world. But not a little sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. As Kazuma just made... So, this is the office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it? Kazuma is doing so well for himself. No, he's always forced to kneel on the floor, drowning style in that dark corner. The siesta style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought I wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ronosuke. What about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? You have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating in British courts. I've imagined for 1 second thought it would be as a prosecutor. Standing for a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ronosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but... So this is just another twist of fate. Learned a lot of things during my time in London. Son's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Shikoko, and about what happened with your father. And then you'll have no difficulty understanding. No choice. Well, I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. Hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ronosuke. Naruhodo. It's getting on for a year now. Since what happened on this SS Burya. Heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. In a bizarre series of coincidences. Oh, Ace Attorney, you couldn't escape the misspell. Led to those tragic events. I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. Narrow little room. There was supposedly flowers by the pillow. While I realized that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and up onto the deck. Already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. Didn't know what had happened, where I was. This voice in my head. Something you had to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Task awaits you there. Calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. On the deck I saw that I was a huge seafarer. We were docking a large pool. I'm in Hong Kong! Yes, must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off. Yes, must have been. Presumably they were just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. Situation. I did have the feeling. It was in some way my last chance. Disembarking passengers and went ashore. And then I disappeared in the crowded streets of that former port city. Planned my onward journey to Great Britain. Here we go. With all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. Truly at loss. It was now that I escaped a dead man. With the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. For knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. On back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on the cargo ship. Actually, after calling it countless faults, I finally arrived at Dover. Some 3 months ago now. Formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. Man had lost his memory and literally living to his name. Managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. I have no idea why I moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. How did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeke's apprentice then? That should only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. stopped at the border because I had no papers. Took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. Then my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. Back with him to the Supreme Court, and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back. I heard a trial involving Drever. Yes, I did. Since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Sparanosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. You know the entire time about what happened to your father here. 16 years ago. When my father left on an exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. Took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. I remember most about my father. It's his swerving sense of justice. Is after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. Told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. Professor Mikotoba, your father's sister's son. Wait. Oh my! Since then, our professor was very good to me. I need to find my university again. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. No indication to send it, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. I read on that letter. It changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer and rather cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! So that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. But who? Van Zieks wouldn't have done that. That's the only person who would have done that, by the way, realistically speaking. Relative of one of the victims, whoever was been a member of the judiciary, could have been present at the closed trial. The field that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. The British government did its very best to silence whoever sentenced that. Knowing the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. Still, it could have been written by anyone. Would you believe such a thing? Yeah, it was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor in his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. But why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. Easy for him. He'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. Instead, I showed the letter to Judge Shikoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. For the briefest of moments, then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, the bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. When I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kasuma-sama. Today, changed things completely on their head. It's an impressive piece of lawyering, Romanesque Naruhodo. There's a Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself. But it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barak von Zieks is the real Reaper. 10 years ago, it was him. And so my father must be a mass murderer and send him to the grave. No, he's merely seeing that justice system is one dictates. The blame, ultimately, it's people who condemn people. They used to do it. The man condemns another. He must take the responsibility for his actions. He must. Well, I know for certain. Father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. By the way, just on the off chance that this does something, I'm going to show this to you. Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place for defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom. Oh. Seems you're still confused by the situation. What make of it? I feel my friend's always going to have the edge of me, isn't he? Well, I figured I would try anyways. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, look at this. It opened a trial, didn't it? It's something a little dubious, I mean. And no time of this is according to Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there was some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. He came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks under the candle, a distinct possibility. And the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. This is the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. But lots of laboratories behind Gate Cemetery. Okay, by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? Prison where my father was incarcerated. Involved with his life. Osama. Well, thank you. Visit the laboratory later today. Thanks. That's all I needed, I think. I wanted to show him the papers just in case I did something. Ronosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Isugi clan. Well, it's a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Said to have been forged by a master swordsman during the Sengoku Warring States period. A long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, or chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, symbol of the Isugi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really, Karuma. Does sound formidable, that's for sure. Years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. It means so much to me, and that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. I was hoping he would give me the sword back. Just as a cool little, here, you get the sword back moment. Preparation to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ronosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. You understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what's happened. Fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. I'm mad as a Reaper. It's for that reason that the inspector was killed. Switch in court tomorrow. It means necessary. Let you do that, Kazuma. You'll do what you have to as a lawyer. I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in court. Nothing less. Tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Second of November, the forensics laboratory. This place is looking way more creepy now with all the fetishists. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of this dissected. But actually, it's very pleasing set of roses in here. Being a dead room, the corner probably needs a blood bolt something like intimacy due to death. She wears a mask all the time. Iris, I think we could change the subject. Whoop. What is that? Whoop. Dr. Gory? Cat. What? Oh, that was the fort. Sharpening my tools. Dead meat if I didn't keep perfectly keen edge on them. Right. Finding the collagen fibers in the dermis. Really sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? No. Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. No. Then I think you'll do nicely. Nope, I wouldn't do nicely at all. Have some other time. Tisk. Let a dot. Well, we came here to ask questions, so. You creep me out, lady. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said it wasn't to get you open. No strict about things like that. Oh, God. So I've had some scruples at least. Oh dear. Looks like she's not interested in talking to us. Time being, anyway. Time being? I mean, until we die? That's a way off. Hey, but I'm planning on dying anytime soon. Tisk. Less drastically, I'm making her listen. Okay. Listen here. Arthur Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good, sorry? Didn't snag my blade once. Very little miss. Just look easily, and this message was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. There's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. You look really nice under the mask, by the way. Hey, please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? You're the most crucial detail. Told not to write it. By whom? Maelstrom, her. The Lord Chief Justice. He came here. What? Lord Stronger came? The witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. He clearly died at 5 PM on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. At the time of death, he wrote in the report. He didn't write anything. Was there some reason he didn't include it? Dr. Gory, you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. And sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Leave it here, then. She's scribbling so furiously. There. You've written... What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? The specimen was brought in. Still fresh. Thank you, by the way. The time of death could easily have been considered when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? Fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? Fried fish? Someone liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. It wasn't on the body at the time. Only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. It's advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. Houses in London are equipped with such a device. Definitely not. Maybe in a factory? Some other special places? The factories are such like on Preston Street, though. Hunter. Victor's body had been chilled somehow. To the death bin. Day for sure. Most might have been a day earlier. No! No words. Right, your proofs deduction, Mr. Naruto. Was killed the day before his body was discovered. A different location. No strong heart in this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Well, thank you for your help. Oh yes, one other thing. Something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. That your mother, Dr. Seif, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor? Well, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. It's not all Mama did. Sorry. My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. What? Really? Lord Van Zieks? Professor's final victim. An autopsy of the completely unthinkable victim. In charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. For Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment from one man. So they provided vital clue needed to arrest the killer. So there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. Sir and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial in that section table there. Oh, Slap. This is instrumental in some of that country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. Tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Corey. Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber. And signed a certificate to confirm the convict staff. It's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. She didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama didn't actually help with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear! Found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean, because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report. That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. No doubt that there were some powerful voices at play 10 years ago. Couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Sleep, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. Little handcuffs? And what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder, since he knew nothing about it. If he said that, I'd say the same thing. So who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Legendary autopsy Clint Van Zeeks. This time when carrying out the murder victim is very unusual. So not a practice that is observed in our country, even now. Because the professor found a victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama's prison, although only a secondary assistant procedure, was called Dr. John H. Wills. No! That's right, my daddy! There's one other person present. Primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the far... No! Wait. Visiting student? Must have been my father. Yujin Mikotoba. The Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. In that historic autopsy, the discovery of vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. That's how they came to identify Genshin Asugi as the mass murderer. You know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Wait, would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of the cupboards, with the outer records in the last second. Thank you! Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. They must be! Somebody took them away? No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. You're right. They're gone! Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? You remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, thinking that he'd like to see the records. Sholmes! No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think... Do you steal the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris? Thank you for all of your help, by the way. You are extremely helpful when you open up. Right now? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now. Well, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, come visit if you're done. Oh, no, there's no need. I'm gonna take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? For now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. Well, it usually works, yes. Was I really don't remember. Sorry, but I have a mustache. Wait, Iris. But for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? Behaving really strangely all of a sudden. In that case, won't keep you any longer either. Quite a while since I had any visitors. That was really fun. Next time you come, I prefer if you were ready for dissection. Promises, sorry. You're intense. It's strange that the records of Clint Van Zeeks' ancestors disappeared. I think that's all we came to ask now. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any answers. Hey, that box is new. Well, busily investigating in here, Dad. The key's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? That's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? If she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. I expect she'll be back before too long. Will we wait? Actually, something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? I'm just gonna make more thoroughly. Well, what happened to the chair? What wasn't there before, was it? Oh, must have been made of metal. Must be very heavy. I wonder whom it belongs. Initials on the outside. Look! TG. So that's one of the policemen. They know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Oi! What do you think you're doing? It's my chunk, it is. And hands off! Kina! Where are you hiding? I don't know. At least I'm on the tin for a few seconds. Never with Tom, Dick, and Harry got his squinty eyes on it. It's a wild guess, Kina, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always was. Where have you been the last year? Trying to not incur your wrath, mainly. Shit, they hear them talking to you now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them villagers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yard knew nothing about. We will follow them criminal what called us scot-free. By Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to big conviction. Well then obviously, it's that blooming Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? You're booking in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, do you have it? Seen it? Do you seen the notebook? Oh, well, Simon let me. So I'm an apprentice apparently. We found it, and he was my boss. That's right. What's about it? So, sneak a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's Argina. So, you managed to see what was written in Greg's secret notebook anyway, did you? Oh yeah, I see it. It's my right to read what he wants. And what have you written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names. Whole list of them. All details about the blood is supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could have been an explanation for that. Worker inspector's investigation into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? It's just nicknames anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost consistently known leaders of London's criminal underworld. But yeah, but there was one name right at the end of that bit that was a bit odd. List, you mean? Sure, the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was undead. Oh, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's still good. Can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, but put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. Something else too. No matters. The same name kept coming up over and over. Shinnin it was. Shin it was. Not supposed it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Eh? What does it mean? Does it mean something? Van Zieks knew the name too. Mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Grigson's secret notebook. Seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? No, of course not. I've been busy. Anytime. Investigating all that. Lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements like the day before it happened. Before, then there's been the undercover investigation of the Red-Headed League done. Boss didn't go, did he? You found some clothes was bound to be in, didn't you? Oh no. Yes, it was Mr. Riddle who actually went to the park on Line Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. Got me own ways of getting results. Puppy! Me and my partner here get together. There's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! Such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can tell your door. Please miss us in it. Ugh. The point is, if you're not ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and Leah around here. Alright, because he looks so hellish, honest. Gina, about your hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the part of the voice he is. Japanese police dog means something quite different, and not at all together nice to those involved in crime. In Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be, after all, in the great exhibition case the other day. Toby here managed to locate the Reaver's workshop. It's time for another demonstration of what this super dog could do, eh? It's something the Chief Inspector could catch scent of, I wonder. Actually, I've been wondering. Perhaps he could catch a scent of something in the hairpiece. Well, I mean, Vigil was the one wearing it, but still. At the moment I don't think of anything.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oop, there he goes. Victor made short work of Gina there. Ah, look where he's gone to. Oh my, the trunk clearly shows a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson. In other words, used to belong to him. Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose. Or if it too. If it weren't for that meddling dog. Chief Inspector Toby's knows and what it can achieve. Not cross your mind that he might identify something like right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a blue mark, wasn't it? That's enough now, darling Gina. Eh? It's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Hey, woman, look that. Just one. What are you talking about? Oh, it's going through the areas. Oh, ain't what happened. And then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So look to me here, I've whiffed the boss's overcoat. So I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. It's a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips. And your heart out. Gina means to the witness. Ah, I forgot about that sandwich. Now that hidden between the wooden boards of this. The boss's junk. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot, all piled in here. Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. The chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said? Well, I thought it might fit a good rice, and the chap would be needing it anymore, so that's all I did. Nothing more. Nothing less. And the check of it, eh? To steal the dead boss's stuff to flog. And this wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, though. How could they? What happened? It's a pretty decent chunk, so I figured it might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. You know, if you wouldn't mind. Will we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make it a detailed record in an examination of the evidence. Grr. Let's have a look inside. We've seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here. It's gone right through the letter and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. I mean, the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. A little bit of blood. This dark stain here. You think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, you're gonna say that. So that presumably means this is present at the scene when the Inspector Gregson was killed. Logical conclusion, yes. He's been carrying this around for no any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Built to go on a trip abroad, then. Perhaps the date of the departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It's travel before the 1st October, just one day before the incident. Really? France, the day before his body was discovered. Well, he was to go to France. This isn't much of a surprise. Hey, what's this? You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. Wedged in so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't get yourself. Better leave it, I think. Do 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 do. What about Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Hardo, be careful! Must be the trunk! Ah, dog! Toby, oi! What are you doing? I'm gonna lick his face off! Hardo, is he never Hardo? The carriage! I've been dog attacked! 2nd of November, 4:57 p.m. Hardo's legal consultant say. Oh, Mr. Hardo, you're right. This is the tow. Ah, conscious skin at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, dropped dead after a motor licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. What? What is the reason unseemly isn't relevant here, Jones? Lasting damage. How are you feeling? Fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? It's on my head. A bandage? I leave it no ice. Compression of sugar water. Sugar water? Sir, how to... It's first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. First course. No sugar in the patient's cup. Sweetly enough, don't worry. Are you done? Excuse me while I go talk to Gina about that little incident. Oh. I was about to go like Gina! You're right, Mr. Naruto. It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Don't worry, as long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, it won't go wrong. Yes, of course. We'll get back to work as soon as possible. Well, Sholmes is literally right here, so... thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. But if not, think nothing of it. I'd say it's quite settled. And I heard that you've been attacked by a dog. But I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead. I mean, the professor? Oh yeah, I see your prize froze unscathed. As if you turned up cold, it's obviously afforded some unwelcome protection. I close to death. Dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such trouble in future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. If all sweetness, you managed rather splendidly. Thanks. Okay, into the show suite.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot bodend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker, ich
I have several questions. What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's a bad old German folk song. Another fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Where's that spell? I mean, that election of an inhibitor. Susan, tell that's your father. Iris? She even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Including gentleman and a young girl. A tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Oh, joy! Mr. Jones, do you mean... Strains of reasoning within me are playing now. It's a delightful duet. One melody sings of reunion full of nostalgia. It's a more stream about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. As white as a sheet. So as usual, you instantly seem to be very hard on the matter. By the time my unbreakable performance is over, I feel the show this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to the music then, where all sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and music spectacular. It's time for the Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Oh no, no. identity. Oh no. Firstly, we consider a gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Finding Germanic sound, he claims a disapparent inability to understand whether asked to desist. What's meant here at all? I mean, such an apparently high spirits. So close, Iris, it's clearly known to you. Let me follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. The man's wildly interesting warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. We offered our German guests a cup of your latest herbal tea, Len. The flavor has made the man's spirit sour, sore. And his joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. You can wait sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. The next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? Happens a number of years ago now. A gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. Beautiful letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. And it conceals a noble identity, also arrived at my office in a mask. His name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. My says, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. I mean, no question, that mask belongs to the King of Germany! His Majesty remembers the fine service I followed him. Decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. Ironic indeed, would you agree, my dear fellow? This messenger is in fact my former client, the King of Germany! Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. You're an idiot. Which leaves us with one remaining, imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. Oh no, I believe. I must say, as your current patriot, I'm deeply saddened. It appears that you've allowed yourself to be brought into signs of His Royal Highness, some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. The final piece of the puzzle. It's a secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris. Yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. So you're sworn with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Should have handled my favorite coffee cup. Now his high-spirited highness broke in the midst of his hijinks. To the sad truth. Favorite coffee cup is broken by the King of Germany, and now he's trying to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via government channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Wow. Let's conclude Herlock Shrub's great deduction of this painful puzzle. Seeing that expression on his face. If your size as well, the fellow's jovial wobbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Right, Mrs. So to tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Said a word either, Iris. Seems that's alright, might as well own up to it now. The reasoning isn't entirely about substance, I must admit it. One other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Another grievance, Mr. Naruto? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently. The one you were just describing. According to that, at least, it wasn't the king of Germany. It was the king of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Mr. Gotts, the prince, testified in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Keep that minor error to yourselves. Police have become quite a scandal. Believe me, Mr. Naruto. It's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. See, Mr. Jones is willing to admit you might be slightly wide of the mark this time. It's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. Why does the steer scene? Retrievable. Coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Elections Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. No. Well, what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I like to hear your singing. But this man, as long as we intend to keep up with that too, you suppose. As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. If you look closely, lips aren't moving either. Ah! But what's actually responsible for the spirited singing? The answer lies at the end of Iris's gates. How about this gramophone, actually? The reason for the man's mildly irritated warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for the noble-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. Words, this gentleman is singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to stop now. Ask you, Mr. Naruto. Yes? Why would I purchase a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Never mind. I'm under deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman? Gee. I'll read this part because it's just show him saying the same thing again. Although we've already established that it was actually the king of Bohemia, Sholmes intends to persist with Germany for some reason. Think of it. The German prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Forgot? The boy with whom you in tears. Don't remind me. Everyone else. See in Europe wear masks? What to do? Well, probably. Anyway. Doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. Sweden, well, no. It's considered for the true under this mask. Nope. That mask truly belonged to Kazuma Asogi.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. Otherwise, my is sublimely unreliable. You don't say! Well, you could try to make that sound positive. Languishing on this metal chest for some days. Well, that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. Simple knowledge, determine our guest's true identity. Throw! Gentleman is unconscious. Excuse yourselves in advance. Gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it! The game lagged. Ah! Father! Right, Miss Suzuto. You must be Miss... No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Fear, our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba! Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? No, 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 no. So that's a 5-pound notebook for us, knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. No, not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? My father would never pay money for our silence. Certainly seems like the silent type himself now, though, judging by his present state. The reason for our silence, I suppose. It's hard not to give weight over our eyes. Something entirely different. I don't think about it. She always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? That's right. That's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. Well, those attached to it as well. Are there? No idea. I've never seen them before. Also, there's always 5-pound note poking out for back that I just had enough for too. So I have absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Ah!
Take that!
The metal chest! Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest! Observation. Upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. It has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. Well, not excite you to speak, I'm sure. Open this chest. Here we go. No, really don't. Ow. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, really? He's dead. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. So you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... different to the usual dance of deduction performed by Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, it's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Nada isn't usually the silent type, so you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before. Suzuto, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, say so. Better examine Iris more closely. Try to rescue the situation then. That's the key she's holding. It look. That wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. Appeared as if by magic. Strange. Big old iron key. Materialized from.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence up until now is that key behind your back. Ah! Should have spun into the air before. Before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runa. Becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Trump's graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikito also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. Inland sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. An unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? See, the other room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Joe owned the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mess was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journeyed for the air, and when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You need to say that the stylish scarf? It's actually just a tablecloth. It's soft after all. We'll play some miraculous seductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. This concludes Runosuke Naruto's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. I'm gonna make a fresh pot of tea for us all.
Objection!
Well, performance, Mr. Naruto. In the final act of the show there, Ryder missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! Back to my earlier deduction. Boss, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah! She is. Look at her from her face. Mr. Right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. It's you again. So it's gone. That coffee cup. It's cup. It smashed when Professor Mikitoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. In a different direction. Seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. Or its great secret is something else. Let's put our superficial skills to work here one file at a time then. This time, at last, it looks like it's going to be an answer. I'm sure why you're so intent on showing unexpected in these events. Swizzle. Bags are 4. So, might never see the limelight. I mean, I'd like to say.
Take that!
Aha! Returning discount with that case file. Iris, as you know very well. Big escapes. The attention of a great detective. Oh no. This is Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dark informed us that the autopsy report of Clinton Manzeeks had gone missing. Manzeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. But some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? I mean, it was you, Iris. The papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! Deduction complete. Elementary! In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted that booby-trapped chest. It caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, Harley. I mean, this autopsy report really is. Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. So something in it that troubled you, Iris. You're, like... Not exactly something that troubled me. Thing I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? Must be something that hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Jones, what is it? The bills of the poor unconscious gentleman on the city has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, father! You should find, I guess, somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruto, yes? Be so kind as to lend him your bed. We must do our very best to make him comfortable, if you will. Oh, it's of course. So will I. No, I can manage it alone, thank you. Ask Brutus to. No better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. There, perhaps that was deliberate. Talk more freely. Iris. Going on. Tell us about it, Iris. About your father. I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That he used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that knows about all the cases they solved to get her inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now. We can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, they built up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. Just like any other girl of your age. Medical science. And so I studied, took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. Wasn't anywhere known in the university he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it's the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. I saw the writing on that report. I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. So it's the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. To see them side by side. As the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there. I did to steal it. They compared the autopsy report to the case notes I had here. There's no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. Corner at the bottom's autopsy report. Read it. Dr. John H. Wilson. I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. It's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. Iris. So, you don't actually know if your dad genuinely is John H. Wilson. Did I write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes? Oh, Iris. No idea the stories are deep personal schemes for you. See, why the autopsy report was so important to her, I don't know. She was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Let's apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Really? Promise, you see. That until the time is right, I keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll have to report. Back to Dr. Corey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Yoink. Clint Van Zeeks. 33, British. Time of death, 31st May, between 9 and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. That doesn't match up with what the professor's other deaths, though. The professor got his... Professor killed people via a dog. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Red scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. What are my herbs, I think? See you all later. Horace, she must be feeling awful. Holmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Stop? Turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Narada. One from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing... It's my father's! But... what? Mr. Mikatoba's! Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No! I don't know anything! What on earth does this mean, Mr. Sholmes? The idea that's slowly forming in my mind. It's too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report is actually penned by Professor Mikatoba then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it makes a great detailed sense. It does? 2 years ago, some father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikatoba engaged? Ah, of course! This is in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he motivated it with the direct section work, making detailed notes. Assembled into the full autopsy report. It's complete. The head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see, so it's got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? And soon the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. which is very understandable, of course. It's a complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. We really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. It's troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. This supposed partner of yours, did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. Please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He's a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madame. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Really, mate? You see, he lives on the other side of the world. This autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand. The autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner. There would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yuja Mikatoba. In other words, Miss Suzuto's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto. Yes, you are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. In regards to the odd deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikatoba. Professor Mikatoba! Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear, I'm still my old self. Yuja Mikatoba, your father. Oh, of course. It's obviously too much for Suzuto-san to take in. Sato. My old friend has attained worldwide celebrity. As a great mystery solver. It's the greatest mystery of all. It was never the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikatoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Oh yes, quite! 16 years ago. Just arrived from Japan with Shiro and Genshin. Lodged close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. Especially high in this particular area. That's right. So I decided to need someone to share lodging and expense. Got to be introduced to Sholmes and found himself in a similar situation. Back then, mere shadow the great detective you see before you now. The hospital's chemical laboratory at the time. Just my curiosities for a little game. While cooperation pursuing cases together, you see. Leave. It's a mere 6 years. Great many adventures. To stay in Britain. That most infamous case presented itself. A case in which you become rather familiar yourselves. Circulates. After the trial, Tsushiro and I were summoned back home. Highly surprising, given the circumstances. But there you have it. So you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that middle chest. It's amazing. Professor Mikatoba really is Mr. Shunsuke's partner. Father. Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look! As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is... You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course, I almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Shum's partner, Father, and you wrote all those cases notes, then Iris' father must be you. Upon my word, Miss Isato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You, too, have hit upon the method at last. You finally got the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, Father. So my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. Left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study toward Britain. Accepted that. But all this about Iris. Ooh, there it is. Suzo sounds ice cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It's very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Perhaps he likes to explain exactly what it is? Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... Oh, really? You've got the wrong end of the stick. Shums, say something, man. Quite enough, my fine fellows. Mr. Shums, when do you get all dressed up? I'd like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. It's very late, Mr. Shums. Where must you go? Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? But I must pursue our natural enemies. Get your coat, Mikitoba. The game is afoot. Shums, you must give this a full explanation, I think. For that later, can't you wait downstairs already? Changed one iota, have you? Nearly. I went 10 young years, but I opened that chest of fitted nostalgia and quite inexplicably pass out. Soon enough, and eventually regain consciousness, straight into all this. Father, please. Go, Mr. Shums, now. What? No doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Suzuto. The great detective and his great partner off on a renowned adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well done. We'll speak again later. So, I believe in your work is done for today. Wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
This case is complicated.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Oh, that's the end of the case. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the stream. Because next time, on the next episode of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, It's time for the final act. It's time for the case that this has all been building up to. The thing I've been most looking forward to the entire time. The resolve of Roanosuke Naruhodo. This is it. It even puts me to the chapter selection screen. It knows that entering into that is basically this is it. So we're ending the stream here because I'm saving the Resolve streams for their own days. I don't even want to begin Resolve at the moment because that is a whole other beast.